Oh, that was interesting. That was a different startup today. An advert for Misery Guts. Okay. An interesting ad. Should we listen to this? Ah, gone. Well, that was a sound test done. Right, okay, what do I do with this? Yeah, there we go. Lovely. Ah, we can send messages now, can't we? Hello, all. There you go. What are we up to today? Dungeon fixtures. All right. Thought we were going to do the doors today. Let's have a look what we got. We have got the start of a game. Oh, we have doors. That's nice. Got doors. Oh, lots of doors. That's an interesting one. A room of doors. Doors seem to be okay. I like that idea. That's a novelty. Alright, speed seems to be alright. It's controllable now, at least. We've got double doors down here. Yeah, we have. Everything's connected. Doors are working. Yeah, they certainly are. I'm just wondering about this lighting. Alright. Just having thoughts there. I have thoughts every now and again. Not often. So, how are we doing with coffee? We're doing alright. Where are we? Dungeon. Ah, that's it, yeah. So, Dungeon Play Store seems successful. So that's alright. That code's good. I want to skip the middle too. And go on to generate fixtures and fittings. Okay. Add items fixtures. Okay. Place doors, place stairs, place items. Place player. Place monster. Okay. Let's have a look at stairs. Alright. Not sure why these are separate. Let's have a look. Okay. Can't see any stairs here. Ah, there it is. Ah, right, okay. Well, that's simple. Right, it's number 62. Right, so that's all I need to know, really. Stairs equals 62. Right, let's have a look at what I've got here. Okay. Let's put that in then for now. Int stairs equals ID equals 62. Okay. It's that one. Let's rename it. We'll put it at 62, I think. 62. And you can go with it. 62. Right, we've got stairs. We've got the model for stairs now. Right, so this for loop. Right, that's all there is in here, just a for loop. Okay. So we just take a random point and place the stairs. Okay. Okay, that's not going to be place player anymore, is it? Ah, no, I can't do that. Right, we do need a separate one for this. That's a nuisance. Okay. So it's the same, isn't it? Let's... That noisy out there, isn't it? Wow, getting a lot of noise today. Somebody must be aggravated. We have aggravated people with sirens. I hope they're okay, whoever they are. We live near, well, I live near the hospital, so yeah. Just wondering how to do this. Oh, we do have dungeon random point in room. Oh, right, that's okay then. Didn't realise we had it. Oh, we have it here. Right in the middle of all this creation stuff. Okay. That's good news. So all we have to do is straightforward. I hope. Vec 3. I'll call it stair position. That'll do. Oh, location. That's it. Stairs location. Yeah, that sounds good. Equals dungeon. Random point in room. Pick a room. One. No, we'll make it 2. Make it harder to find. So we do that. That's not a problem. Okay, that's interesting. Just had a thought there that doesn't... Yeah. Right, I'll come back to that. Just had a really good thought. Well, not a really good thought, but a thought. Let's have a look then. So if we've got that there, how are we placing stuff here? Okay. That's how we're doing it. That goes there. That is going to be something different though. That's going to be stairs location X. Stairs location dot X. Oh, right, it's a float. Okay, static cast to an int. That. And that can come out of here. Now I need to look this up now, don't I? Find out exactly what it's doing here. Okay. That's fine. So that's going to be a static cast. Don't believe this. Cast to an int. And that will just be stairs location. .z. And that is stairs ID. Nice. Okay. So set stairs to next. Set the location for the stairs down to next level. That's going to be interesting. I want to have a look, see if it will or won't. Right, this is no longer just dealing with rooms, is it? This is dealing with fixtures. So that is no longer required. That's fixtures. And we're going to put that... Does it matter? Actually, it does. There is a detection I have to do. Yeah, we'll have that instead. That's better. At least it's doing something now rather than just sitting around making doors. What a strange thing for a function to do, sit around there making doors. Right, we'll take you. And just move you up to that. Oh, no. Move you up to there. Alright. Done. Happy. Ah, let's see now. Got to find the doobies now. Stairs. Let's go hunting stairs. Oh, I think I found them. There they are. There's our stairs. So that works. Some of these dungeon levels are quite good. Yeah. I'm happy that that works. Okay. Alright, what's next? Generate room dwellers. Room dwellers. Different percentages for different dwellers, if I remember rightly. So it's like tableized. Now, I've got to be careful now because we're heading into rules sections and I can't break the rules, as it were. I've got to create my own, which luckily I do have. But it does also mean that I can probably generate this closer to the original intention of the 1985 program Rogue, which is, I'm not copying it, I'm just using that as a template. If I was copying it, then I'd just use reverse engineer their program, wouldn't I? Which is actually not hard to do. Sometimes takes a bit of guesswork, but it's not hard to do. Plenty of software out there that does. Actually, this software can help, funnily enough, as well. Well, no, there's disassemblers. Some good, some bad. Generate room dwellers. Do we have creatures yet? I don't think we do. Oh no, I'm looking at the game world, aren't I? So no, we don't. This game world has no creatures in it. It's got a player, it's got doors, and a set of stairs. Okay, that's okay. That's all right. That's good. That's good, yeah. It's definitely a world thing. What have we got here? Mm-hmm. Okay. So current room position. Okay. Right, I'm not happy with the placement of or the word monster. Hmm. I mean, we've got all the models. They're already loaded. We just haven't used them. Now, this is interesting. We can't place them on the same location as a door if I continue down this route. The system that I'm developing at the moment would be linear and wouldn't be able to distinguish between a door and a monster. That's interesting. It doesn't matter to me. But it could look awkward. I'm thinking more about the look of the game and for the future. Uh, I think we need yeah, some kind of idea. Um, like this model warehouse. We need some kind of idea like this, I think. Hmm. That would detail them, the creature. But it would also need to hold the current levels creatures. And it would also define treasures. Now that's interesting. Right. Game world, add, new item. We are going to use monster because it sounds good. Monster. Man. Is it EL? Oh. Manual. Hmm. Yeah, it is. It's UAL. That's interesting. That's a bit dodgy, isn't it, as an ad at the top there? A book giving instructions or information. Perfect, that's what we'll have. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's have a monster manual. What a brilliant idea. Okay. Hash include. Oh, I'm having fun with this today by the looks of it. Source. You can never say that I'm being serious about things, can you? No, not really. Let's have a monster manual. Game world, add, new item, a CPP file. Monster. It's going to be the biggest manual ever. It's going to be monstrous. It's going to be massive. Sorry, that's the wrong definition. Monster manual dot cpp. Wow, let's do it. So I've got the dungeon, the monster manual. Oh, this is looking good. I like this. Oh, let's just include ourselves. There we go. All done. Now, what we're going to need here are two things. Bit like this here. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to take two of these. Okay. We are going to call them something different, obviously. So we're going to have wandering. Oh, don't do that, Jesus. Wandering monsters. We'll have that. Well, shall we? What we call them? Residents. Inhabiting. No, I don't like this. Okay. Resident. Yeah, resident monsters. That makes sense. Okay. All right, let's go with that. What are we trying to achieve at this point? That's what we've got to decide. At this point, monsters for level generator. Better. I've got a better idea. Let's have a dungeon monster generator. Yeah, that sounds good. That does sound good. Wow. Copy. No, do I want, no, do I want to extend? No, I don't. I want this separate so I can mess with it because I want the monster manual for this. Yeah. All right, so that can stay with that. Void. That we'll have. Lovely. Oops. Where are we? We're in game world. Hash include. I'm actually starting to enjoy. I really enjoy programming to start off with, but when you start enjoying programming the program that you're programming, wow. Yeah. And then you start doing silly things like monster manuals. Yeah, why not? This is the alpha, remember? This is going out. This is going up for sale. This code is going up for sale. Okay. Look at this. We can now generate monsters. Ooh. Now the point is the location of each monster is going to be kept inside the monster manual. Here. So what we need to do is generate is interesting thoughts. Yeah. I was looking at this, and I think this is what's given me the idea, really. We should make it dungeon independent. I think I want to make the monster manual completely independent from the place. So as the world expands, we can add more denizens, NPCs, no, not NPCs, but races of monsters, different things. So we need to structure this in such a way that we can place things with ease. So this dungeon place monster thingy. Interesting. I've got the burpees for some reason. Why have I got that? A bit of acid, maybe. So yeah, this is now becoming a true system from instead of just development stuff. Right, so how did we do it? Here we go. Right, well, we've done that. We haven't done that. And we don't need to. I've already sorted that out. So that's you two gone. Good. And this is just data. No, that's fine. And because we're not using GURPS, doesn't really matter about the data. It's irrelevant. Okay. So really all we're looking at here are these two, by the looks of it. Data. Lovely. Oh. Got all tables. That could be handy. This is interesting. Monster levels. Right. How can we do that so it's independent? Now this has come from Let me just remember back on my research now. This came off a reverse, well, not reverse engineering, but the idea of it came from assembler language. So it's pretty raw. It's a raw idea. It's a good one. What you do is in assembly, you have all your data pre-baked into a block. And that can be anywhere in memory. It doesn't matter where it is in memory, but you can put it anywhere you want in memory. And then as you require your data, you just load it up from wherever it is in memory. This means that when you're using ASCII characters, it becomes very easy because you're talking about a char star, which is 1 byte of memory. So you can pack your memory very, very efficiently. And the fact there's 26 letters and not 32 means it's easy. But I would advise you to use 32 locations. So you would assign 32 memory locations, or bytes, 32 bytes, which is probably, well, on a 32-bit machine, that's 1 memory location, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. Very efficient way of handling things. Which is why people should learn assembler language, how to handle memory. If you think handling memory is bad in C, well, it gets more in depth when you do assembler language. Because most of the operations that you are doing in an assembly program is directly to do with locations in memory, swapping things around and using algorithms like this to manipulate the data. So if I look up monster levels here, I bet it's a const char star. Ba-bam-bam. I've no idea where it is like. There it is. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, it tells me the top 28. Why 28? If danger is less than 1, danger equals dice roll 1d6. If danger is greater than 26, danger equals 22 plus dice roll 1 to 5. Right, so it accesses a dungeon level directly. Got you, yeah? Mm-hmm. Right. got you. Yeah, that works all right. So that means you can go... So level 26 minus 5 is 21. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it's that last section. That's interesting. Right. I'm having them too. That's just a very, very good way of doing things. Okay, we'll have you too. These are dungeon monster levels and dungeon monsters wandering. Yeah. So this belongs in the dungeon. It's got nothing to do with the outside world, so... stick it down here. We'll make them const, because they have to be. Alrighty. So that will give us an ASCII code. I need to differentiate it. Right. Now I've decided on that, this means we can use this code here. Alright, let's take this first. Which one should we do first? Wandering or rooms? I think rooms is best done first. And then wandering can be added to after. There's a little bit of a calculation goes on with that for initialization. Then after that, we need to be able to add wandering monsters at any time. Yeah, I'll go with this then. Okay. This is add to room. What we got? We've got a danger flag, which can have as an int. It's a do while loop, so I'm not usually happy with do while loops. I was just about to put something in then, but I'm not at that point to put it in. That's an int. Danger equals dungeon level. Oh. Current dungeon level, maybe. Okay, that works. And we just add the word dungeon there. And when it comes out of there, we have the monster inside danger. Okay. So we can add that to a room. So what we want to be able to do here is store that in our monster manual as a resident monster. Yeah. I'm thinking area. Zone? Don't like the word zone either. So at this point, danger equals the ASCII code for the monster. Gets rid of you. Lovely. It's Wing-Footed 3. Doing good here, mate. Doing good. Ah. Oh, I want you to chat with him as well. Oh. Okay. Maybe I'll catch you in a bit, mate. Maybe I'll catch you in a bit. Sorry, I was just rolling all of this lot through my mind, making sure everything here checked out and would create what I wanted. Now, each room has a percentage for this to happen. And if I remember rightly, we got ourselves really muddled up and mixed up in game objects doing this. Yeah, we did. Look at the state on all this. Gosh, I'm glad we haven't got that yet. Okay. For each room test for a wandering monster. Okay, we're doing it per room then. Dice roll. One is a wandering monster. Okay. Items. Which we haven't added yet. That's a good point, we haven't added items. Oops. I'll put it here. Add random treasure. Because that's going to change. We're doing a monster manual. Yeah. Residence, here we go. Okay. So we're doing a dice roll. And if it's less than or equal to 2, we are going to do this. Alrighty. Goes there. Looking good so far. Do that. And that's just int. Right. And we have to do this for each room. Okay. For current room. Yep. For current room equals 0 to current room is less than or equal to whatever. Oh. That sells. Room count. Room count. Semicolon. Current room. Plus plus. Do one of those doobies. Pop down here. Do one of those doobies. Okay. Are we correct so far? We are, but we need a location. So we will have a VEC. We'll have a GLM VEC3 location equals that one, dungeon random point in room. Dungeon random point in room, and that would be current room, isn't it? Yeah. Current room. Now, what we'd like to do now is say something like we would like to say something like monster manual add to lair. Yeah. And then we would give the ASCII code. Do we need a reply? Nope. No, we don't. So that's what I'm looking at. That's the kind of thing I want to generate. So we'll copy that to the monster manual. Hooray, we've got something in the monster manual. Yay. That's just an int. And we can now call that creature ID. Monster ID. Yeah, monster underscore ID. We'll make it a void for now because we don't know if that's going to be useful anywhere else. Right. Oh, good. We can make one, can we? Yay, we can. There you go. Done. It exists. So you're happy now. The for loop's done. Everything's done nice and neatly. Complete. Not sure. Yeah. I think we want to do wandering monsters separate because that will be used more. This is used per level, whereas the wandering monsters will be used all the time. There's thoughts. Then we can just access wandering monsters from here, can't we? Yeah. Yeah, then it contains it all. Got it. Got it. What we'll do is we will add it here, but we don't need to add it at the top because we can access it from here because we're still in the room count. Void. Dungeon. Wandering monsters. Yeah, we'll have that. Yes. Lovely. This is working out rather well. I'm quite pleased with the way this is going. A lot simpler than I expected. I mean, the original was just thoughts being thrown out. Now I'm analysing the system more than I am the code, because the code is here. It's up at the top now. Monster meeting, add wandering. Okay. That's the way I did it. And then I went on to do all of this rubbish, which was completely unnecessary. Shame. But anyway. Danger's gone green. Right, I don't know. I've made a mistake then. These two lines don't belong here. They're outside of the if statement, aren't they? They have to go inside the if statements. They've got to go here. That's better. Lovely. Okay, so continuing with this room, I'll have to go back now. We have this thing here. Which we need to redo. Right. I'm in the wrong place. Right, we've already got a dice roll going. Ah, no, can't use it. Need a new one. Dice roll, yeah. We'll do a new dice roll. And if the dice roll equals 1, then we do stuff. Right. Good. What do we do? We need something like this, don't we? But for the wandering. That will be held in here. So it's danger, do, while. This time we're using the other list. So let's copy you over. So we've got our do while int. And I think it's the same thing. All right, yeah, it is up to a point. Dungeon. And then we come out to here. To these two. Which are inside the if statement. V, yeah, that's okay. So I think that works. Add to, wandering. Again, it's going to be int monster ID. And it's going to be a void. Lovely. This is really working out well. I like it when days go nice and peacefully. Relaxing. Done. Okay. Once we've done that, all of our monsters are complete. That's all of them. For every room. They don't spawn in corridors, they will only spawn in a room of a wandering monster. I'm just thinking we wanted to keep this separate, didn't we? So we wanted to dungeon wandering monsters. So that really comes from the dice roll all the way through the if statement there. So we can cut that out and pop it there. And we can replace the whole lot with that. So that's refactored nicely. And that becomes an int. And we need danger again, don't we? There we go. And there's no return values. We do need an additional here. We just need to know the int for the current room. That's all. There we go, and that will make everything work. There we go. Nice. Very similar. But of course, we've got two different tables here and here. Very, very nicely done. Very compact, which is what I like. I like things that are compact. I mean, if I was doing this seriously, I would take the 2 dice rolls. Well, we might do in the beta. Take these dice rolls and place them into their own function. Which you should do, really, because I've got duplicated code. Okay. We are looking good by the looks of that on there. Yeah, we are. We're looking good. Does this work? Well, yeah, it does. But how can we test it? This is the fun part. How can we test it? Well, I think we're going to need to render. Actually, what we can do... I want to do a couple of trials before I do the render. I'm interested to see what it does. I've never actually trialed it. I've only tested it. So I just want to trial what I think is correct and what looks good to me. Doesn't mean that statistically it's going to create an effective game. That hasn't been looked at yet. And because we're now in the beta, we have to. We have to go the extra distance to make sure we are creating a game and not just an empty dungeon. That wouldn't be very good, would it? Although that is possible. All you meet on a single level is wandering monsters. That would not be very good. Right. How are we doing on time? Oh, good. We're looking all right. I'm just wondering how to test this. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, just pop that up. I'm just going to do a simple test. Yeah. So what have we done? Monster added to layer, Lair, and that would be %d equals %d, like that, comma. That would be current room and danger. I'm not bothered where it is in the room. Monster added to lair, no. Alright, let's try it. Let's see what mistakes I've made. Wow. Room 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. And we got an extra wandering monster in 2. And the ASCII characters aren't working. Two, 4, 3, 4, 5 foot. That's a random number. Right, let's get those ASCII characters in. I'm glad I checked it. See? Danger doesn't equal that. That is the correct value. Does help if we get the correct values, doesn't it? See, I did get it wrong. As always. I do come up with some nice lines of code, though, doing it this way. Okay. Everybody's happy. That's better. Now we're actually getting ASCII codes. I know that. Oh, there's a B there. 66 is B. That seems to be effective. We are allowed to use conditionals as well. Well, let's get this renderer sorted out. So we haven't done anything when we've done that. Okay. All right, let's sort out our monster manual. Did I get a location for these? I did, didn't I? Oh dear. That should be location. And that should be location. Alrighty. We'll take that. And it's going to be comma. Now we can do it. I knew there was something missing, but hey ho. Right, so all we do is resident monsters. Spelled with capital M's. No idea why. Must just be the word. And that's going to be width, which is X. Static cast. Yeah, folks. To int. And its location X. That's that one. And it's static cast to int, because I can't be bothered with crawling through a load of complaints from the compiler. Location .z. And that equals monster ID. That will overwrite. Nope, don't care. And all we do for the next one, exactly the same. So that's resident. That's wandering. Done. Now, no, it's done. It's all that's needed. Okay, we need 2 more functions. So we need bool. Yeah, monster manual. And that's just going to be check underscore location. Int x, int z. There we go. So we'll take ouch u. Ah, goofed that one, didn't I? And just pop you in. Like that. All right, done. Yeah, I'm happy with that lot. Just do a rebuild, make sure nothing's wrong. Yeah, funny. What have I done wrong? Oh, you're right. It doesn't. Put it in the wrong place. Okay. Build. Must return a value, of course it does, yes. We didn't actually put it in, did we? Bool. Result equals false. If open brackets oh god, it's not a bool. La 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 la. An int. It's an int, not a bool. X Z. There's no if statement needed. Int result equals unused. Semicolon. If result is not equal to unused, Return result. That's it. Really? That's all there is to it. Yeah. We'll go with that. We've got storage, we've got retrieval, we've got 2 storage areas. That's fine. We can treat them as one. For practicalities anyway. You're done, you're done, you're done, you're done. Solution says, no. I'm stupid. Thank you. You're done. Right, that's good. Let's head off to the rendering. Okay. Okay, we'll lock that onto there. So int monster equals monster manual check location, and that takes an X and a Z. If monster is not equal to unused, which is the thing that I'm using for this construction, then we will make one. Right, let's make one. All right, let's change that to monster. So it makes sense. Okay. What do we need to set? That to monster. Texture ID is okay. I'll pop you down to 2. And you can go down to 2. Right, texture's okay. Yeah, XZ's okay. Rotation's okay. Scale's okay. Yeah, we'll have monster, please, here. And we'll have monster here. Otherwise, all our monsters will be the plus sign. Model color red. Shine damp reflectivity, don't need. All done. Oh, there's only 2 monsters. And everything's gone through the floor. And the ground's gone red. I messed something up there, didn't I? How did that mess everything up? Huh? Dooby-dooby-dum, dum, dee-dum, da. I'm not sure I understand. What we'll do is that. Okay, everything's normal. Hmm. Oh, bum. Texture IDs 2. Render, render, render. Now that's weird. So we've got leakage. Hmm. And it's to do with that entity ID, I think. All right. Memory. Memory leakage none. Okay. So it's not a memory leak, it's a crossover. Okay. We're good. All right, we're good. I think I know what it is already. Does anybody really know what happened there? I wonder. I wonder. I think it's thrown a wobbler. Have I not got an error in here? Looking for green squigglies. No green squigglies. That's interesting. How to get interesting results with OpenGL. Okay. Nothing wrong so far. Nope. Nothing wrong there. It's alive when we pass it. It dies at that. Calc model matrix, yeah. Hold on a minute. No. Doobie-doobie-dum-dum. We are asking for them, aren't we? Hmm. Okay. Okay, let's try again. It's as if it only partially compiles it. Why would rendering... Oh, I see what's happening, yes. Oh, that's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. Oh my god. I know why, but that is just awesome. I didn't pick up on it straight away. Look at that, isn't it beautiful? Oh, can we keep this? Can I have this in the final game? Or would it confuse people for awesomeness? It would confuse people for awesomeness. There's one. We found a monster. Look, monsters are happening. There's one here. We've got a H here. Many more monsters. They're easy to spot at least. Oh, there's only 3 on this level. Can we go and find another one? That's a H. A hobgoblin, or whatever you want to call it. Whatever you like. Any down here? No. On over here. 2 wanderings and 1 rumour. Oh. There's the stairs going down. Found that now. A hell of a dungeon. And we've got a couple of monsters that are still hiding away from us. No idea where they are yet. Could have dumped them somewhere underneath the floor. I can't see them. Alright, let's correct that. That is actually quite funny. Oh, bless. Right, the rendering's okay. Nothing wrong with it. I just love it when I get weird results like that. Absolutely love it. So, what do we need to do? We need to... here. We need to put something in... like monster manual. Reset. I'll do it. That's all that's needed. And then we can just go to our monster manual. Place that at the top. There's a void. Why is void not allowed? Strange. Very, very strange machine at times, this. Just pop you back to there. Pop you down to there. Pop over to here. And blah, blah, blah. Copy. Yes, now you know what I didn't do. It didn't reset the manual. Unused. Right, thank you for that. Control S for F5. There we go. Back to normal. We have 2, 5, and 1 in 9. So can we find them? So there's one with the stairs. I can't see. Oh, it said 2, didn't it? Interesting. I'm not seeing them. Nope, I'm not seeing no monsters. Now I know they're there. But I can't see them. I know there should be one in this room. Ah, dearie me. Dearie, dearie me. Everything gets set to unused. Placing them in rooms only. So I know that we're adding them. Nah, I'm not interested in that. Trying to think of a definite way. This'll tell me. 65 to 90. All right. So I'm looking for things between 65 and 90. Of course, this doesn't work. Ah. Is greater than or equal to 65. What's at 127 and 128? All right. And model position, model ID is less than or equal to 90. Okay. That's looking okay. Yay! We are rendering one. Okay. Entity ID 2. Model ID 84. How did you get Entity ID 2? What on earth? Okay. Yeah, this is all rubbish. The X and the Z haven't been set at all. What did I miss? So this is the total. Is it the right or the wrong? Hold on a minute. That looks right. VAOID num indices looks correct. That's the only bit that looks correct. 84 looks correct, I think. No idea. Looks a bit high. Uh, 75 and 72s we've got. Why am I getting this garbage? That's interesting. So model position is coming through as absolute garbage. Zero, 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 yeah. And then you look at scale. What? That's X. Unsigned int X, VAOID. That's a text. That's from text. That's why it's caught it. Next. Hold on a minute. If that's from text, then it's missed. Missed the catch. Now I know what it is, I'm fine. I wonder what the hell that is. So that is from... I looked over here, shouldn't I? That line there. So it's not finding any. So we've now set everything to unused and now it can't find any. Interesting. Okay. That's a bad way of detecting. Yeah, it's never hitting it. Never hitting the render. Rendering. That could be the reason why. Hash include. Give it a direct access to source. Game world. Monster manual. Will that help? You think? No, that won't help. Hmm. La 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 la. Why do I think it's working but not as expected? Have we got an overwrite going on here? Yes, we have. Whoops. We've got an overwrite. No, I put an if statement in. Oh. Might help. We hit. We have action. There we go. We have the H. What else we got in here? No idea. Can you come back to us? Thank you. Time spent rendering. God help us all. Yeah, well, we had a break point. All right. Can you give me a break on that? So we've got 0. That's the H. So that's 1. Where's the direct connection for this room? Okay, that's 0. That's 1. Where's room 2? There's room 2. Got an S in it. Snaky. 6, 8, 9, and 10. I have no idea as well it'll be. That's a very, very shiny red. Very shiny red. Nice. Oh. Got more H's here. Well, there's a few H's on this. These seem a little bit high on the randomness. For level 1. Makes me think that they might not know what the level is properly. Right, I think it's working, but I don't think the randomization's working. Glad we're checking that. No. You're done. You're done. Need a second look at this randomization. See if I've missed something, which I probably have. Oh no, we've got current dungeon level. Well, the randomness here is 1 plus 11 minus 5, 6. Too high. That's why we're getting big numbers. What's the average of 5 and 6? Is 11, 12, 6. So we're getting second. Yeah. Yeah, the randomness is off. So it should be 7. 6. Oh, right. I remember now. I think that's better. Yeah, we'll shove that up to 6, because H is high. Let's have a look where H is. Alright, it's only the 3rd on the list. For wandering, it's 4th. I think I want to bring that down. 1, 2, 3, 4 to 3. Yeah. Ah, you see. That's 3. Okay. We should be getting letters K, B, and E. So K should be the most common. What is letter K? It's A, B, C, D, E, F, F, E, H, I. About 74, 75 area. Mid-70s. Okay. I think that's better. That's a hell of a lot better. That's what I would expect from those numbers. So that's, oh God, look what's happened up here. What a mess. Now they're all B's and K's, which they should be, really. B. Massive change just by 1. Might just swap that mid-ranger to a 3, 4. What's on 4? Some of these dungeons just don't work out. That's the other problem I've got. Yeah. That's back to that H thingy again, isn't it? So it's this roll here that's messing up. I don't think this one is. That just forces it back into here. Ooh. No, I think I'm going to leave that. I think I'll leave that as is. That might work. I think that's going to probably make the game easier. But probably not. Right, we have monsters showing up. Done that. Random treasure. Treasure. We are doing well today. Right. What do I need? Probably need some coffee for this. This is going to be a bit awkward, I think. Yeah, I remember how this used to go. God, what a memory. Long-term memory, excellent. Short-term memory, 0. Oh my God, is it nearly 2:30? Wow. So we have monsters being added. Awesome. Right. At least the code's looking semi-decent and very simplistic. For once. Let's just have a quick look up here. Right, we'll pop you out of that area. And we'll pop you here. So you're not part of this bit below. We are now up to the last bit. Here. Add random treasure. Or rewards even. So, we need to figure out a way of doing treasure. Now, luckily, treasure is only in rooms. This is going to be easier than I expected. I'm sorry to say. There's a load of decisions to be made on this one, though. A load of decisions. So, what we're going to do is just pop you up a minute and we'll have a cup of coffee. So, give us a few minutes. I'll be right back. So here we are, we're back. And it looks as though we are going to be doing an ideas bit. I'm not sure about this part. Monster manual operational with a rendering. Done. So that done. I must admit, it is so much easier to work with clean code. So much easier. I mean, this all needs cleaning up, but I do like it. What are we looking at? We are looking at random treasure. Treasure. That's what I've got. All right, I've got all the numbers here. That's helpful. Okay. Items to rooms. Here we go. When door is opened. So that means all of the calculations are in here. Damn. I was hoping it wasn't going to do that. I was hoping I had a separate file, but I haven't. Oh, it was a cycle. Interesting. That's an interesting way of doing it. Populate room 0, yeah. Gotcha. Right, I understand now. Dice roll happens at the end. Okay. While dice roll is less than a Oh, that's an interesting way of doing it. Basically, all that is a simple dice roll in a while loop until the dice rolls run out. Got you. That's easy then. That's a lot easier then. Because really what that gives rise to is, where is the player? So there's two parts to this. We know where the player is because we're placing them at the beginning of a level in room 0. So we only have to, so because we know that the player is there, then that's simple. So what we're looking for is for the dungeon, to let's see, add place. Don't know. Don't know. How do we want to do it? So there's two things that we need to know. Which room the player is in, and has room been visited already? Now in this case we can answer both of these. That equals 0, that equals false. So dungeon room treasure. That's a good title. And that would be 0. That would also change something. That's okay, you can do it within. Okay, do we need a reply? Nope. No, we don't. Looking good. Da 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 da. Why is that not allowed? Oh, that's why. Int room ID. Thank you. Okay. I like the idea of categories. I like the way that while loop was an interesting way of doing it. Possibly not correct. It should be a do while, not a while loop. But anyway. Role-playing games used to love, and I mean love, their tables. And as you can see so far, I haven't really got any. There's not really many, well, if any, tables in here. But what we do have now is this room. So I know that level room 0 has all of this information. And we can use that because it's got bool discovered. So that's the first thing. We can do that. So level rooms 0. So that's level rooms, and that's room ID. Dot discovered equals true. That's kind of idea, but there's also protection there that if level rooms ID dot discovered is true, then return. Do not continue. Better put room ID. So right. And now we come to do it. We need a table, really, some kind of way to look up randomly which item we can drop. Now, who holds the treasure? Well, funnily enough, it's not us. There is another factor, and that is if the room holds treasure, it alters these dice rolls. Or resident. So the treasure is held in here. Yeah. So just duplicate that line there. So this is dungeon room treasure. There we go. Actually, just do it this way, it's easier. There we go. Now we can populate the room with treasure. That could be fun. We've got our monster manual reset. Okay. Dungeon room treasure goes there. Then the dungeon monster generator goes in. Gotcha. Alright. Let's just cut those out of there from now. They were there for a reason. I think we're past that reason now. Alright. Pop you on there. And we can pop you in there. No, we can't. You are probably better going there, yeah. You're totally separate to a lot of things here. Right. What we haven't set here is an occupied flag. I want to add bool LA layer. No, call it monster layer. Monster layer. So if the room contains treasure, then that will go to true. Okay. Now I need to find the definition. Nope, it's not in there. Here we go. Level. Rooms. Room count. Dot. Monster lair equals false. But close you down. In our monster generator, that could all change. Add to lair. Current room. Fantastic. So, what was I calling that load of rubbish? Yeah, okay. Level rooms. Current room. Dot. Monster lair equals true. Or is it the other way around? This is the problem what I've got with this. Do we put it here where it's obvious, or maybe it's not? Maybe it's here. That's a bit awkward, isn't it? What's an easy way of doing that? Ah, right. Int. Do it properly. Lair chance equals 2. Semicolon. If this is already decided to be a lair, that's right, yeah. We have to set that back to false. Has to start off as false. But we also have to have the lair chance go up to balance the odds. Okay, yep. Yep, that resets, good, yep. And now we can set that to true. Where was it there? You think that's an odd way of doing things, isn't it? No. Because it's dependent upon treasure. And the problem is chicken and egg. What do you place first, the monster or the treasure? Does the monster dictate the treasure, or does the treasure dictate the monster? By doing it this way, neither happen. There is no chicken and egg cycle. Because there is treasure in the room does not mean there is a monster. And that's why I was looking at order matters up at the top. I needed to know which went first, treasure or monsters. Well, it's treasure. Treasure has to set that variable, but monsters has to destroy that variable. And there's a big reason for it, because there's a bonus drop on layers. Every single layer gets an extra bonus drop when the monster's killed, that is. So this monster lair business has to be returned to false in case no monster arrives. And if it doesn't, if there isn't a monster there, it's not a monster lair, it's just a treasure room. So that's the difference between a treasure room and a monster lair. You've got to make a definite decision between the two, and it's got a bit of awkwardness because when we come through here, if we do drop treasure in this room, we have to set that flag to true because it is possibly true. So we are going to have to do that. Actually, I'll keep that. Treasure. If it was the other way round, the treasure chance would be affected. Oh God, why did I just do that? I will put it to 2. So we have to think about this now. Because of that. We now have this horrible chicken and egg situation going on. How can we resolve it properly? What happens if somebody later on comes along and inadvertently swaps those two around? Then what we've written isn't true. So if that goes second, it's got no reason to be there, it just happens to be there. But if that goes second, then the monster generator has to set it and the treasure room has to unset it. Is there a better way? Yeah. There is. That. So all we need to do now is pop that one in. So when it's created here. We know where it's created now. It's room count. And what are we doing with this now? Has treasure. False. That's a better way of doing it. Now you might be thinking, whoa, there's a lot going on here, isn't there? Yes, there is. There is a y-axis here, and I haven't even used it. But that will come later. That's going to get used. Discovered lair treasure. Okay. A lair doesn't need to have treasure now. Interesting. So now when we come down here, we can put in and we can take that out. And we can take that out. And there we go. That's a little bit more neat. Neat. Oh, tidy. Tidier. It's getting worse. Help. And that becomes as treasure. Now it makes sense. And that's the difference between using one bull and two bulls. But it's not too bad using bulls, I believe. Who's dinglinging me at this time? Oh, it's me. My daughter. Okay. Right. So I've decided on that method. Okay. Yeah, on this it's I'm not sure how to continue this. I've now got the variables I need, haven't I? I've got treasure marker, discovery, we can set light in here. No. I think we should have set light in create here. Well, we have. We've put light equals 1, but we've not measured it anywhere. And we haven't given it a chance to be any other value. So, well, there we go. All right, so I'm now happy that our monster generator is 50% complete now. We have worked out that we needed to lower the difficulty factor of our monsters. That was a definite. That was a definite yes. That's got to be done. Otherwise, nobody's going to survive level 1. Hobgoblins are quite nasty little beasties when you start this dungeon with no equipment or anything like that. And we're now getting that note there. What we can do is put an if statement here for monster lairs, but there's no real point. You'd have to do a second check. No, you don't. Dungeon room treasure is not. It's only room 0. that is created. So yes, this one does get done first. That's correct. So you get less chance in room 0, even if it's a lair. That's a bit stingy, isn't it? But it won't matter, because if it's a lair, we are going to do something slightly interesting later on. Not possibly in this game. Okay. So roll a dice until 3 plus is scored. Cycle we decided upon through treasure. Types, I suppose. But again, there's a better way of doing this. We can assign a treasure type to a room. We can assign multiple treasure types to a room. And this was the awkward thing that I found with this one in here. This while loop. Look at the size of the while loop. It's 251. All it is else if. All the way down here to here. 385. You can see it on the right hand side here. It's just a long line of else ifs. It's not needed. Don't know if you remember me talking about the if statement, and that the if statement is not actually needed in any language to be able to make a decision. You can do it all on Boolean. Well, this is one of those cases when else if, an if, switch case, not good. Not good at all. There's a lot easier way of doing it. All you do is you use a number. So, what is a good number to use? How about a number that means something? Okay. We've got base, well, we are supposed to use base 16, but I'm not going to. I don't see why we should really. But, well, we're in a higher level language. If we're in C, I probably would have gone to base 16. But we're in C++, higher level language. It's not really needed. It's irrelevant, because we're not trying to pack the memory up. So I want to go back and remind ourselves of something we did here, or had here, should I say. These two static consts, which I haven't moved yet. So let's move these whilst I'm here and thinking about them. And they go in here. You can do exactly the same thing, but with treasure. And then what you've done is you've created a treasure table. But you don't need this static const char star to do it. And that's the beauty of the system. The system will generate treasure aligned to level of dungeon. Now, that isn't called for within this game. In this game, it's just throw stuff in there, see what happens. You know, see how well the player goes, type of thing. There's no actual way of winning the game. There's no set strategy that will guarantee you a win. Well, there is one. Yeah, there is one strategy, but that's completely different. Or there will be in the beta, but that's totally different to what we're doing in this alpha. This alpha is to test all of the game mechanics, all the base game mechanics. Our mid-season sale is now on Remote Education Solutions. Yep, Domino's Pizza. We are still delivering safely. I bet you are. Mail has new messages. Thank you. I didn't even realise it was open, and it's not. Wonder how it knew to do that then. Interesting. So there's massive variations going on here. Cycling through a potential list of, well, there's 26 levels, isn't there? I'm just trying to think how that would work. We could do it in the same way they've done this. Okay. So what I am playing around with here are auto tables. Data that is generated on the fly, basically. So it's generated and then killed on the fly. We're using an ECS system. It's damned easy to do, but we have to be careful that we do use the ECS system and we use it properly. So if we add an item into a room or a monster, it should be part of the ECS. Have you noticed it's not? Why isn't it part of the ECS? It's because we don't need it yet. What I have here is a table. That table is creating on-the-fly data. That is then being stored in the monster manual as a, yes, we have a monster. But at no point have we integrated the monster manual with anything. There is no entity created. Big reason. The reason is, if you can't see it, it's not on screen. If it's not on screen, it's not an entity. What you have to remember... Are we okay here on this one? I think we are. Is... Make sure I'm right on all of this lot. That we haven't done line of sight. Well, why does that matter? Well, as soon as you do line of sight, you can't see those other rooms. So you can't see all of this treasure. You can't see all of the monsters in the dungeon. And that's why they're not entities. They're only entities when they become something that you interact with. Goddamn adverts. So this is a big thing, because what we've got here now is a little bit of a special case when we start up with room ID 0. That these things may be interacted with, and if they are, they become entities. Do they? No, they don't. They get picked up or they get left. So items will join the ECS system when they require a component. So an entity has to have a component. Doesn't have to have a system, but it has to have a component. That's imperative. Now, we haven't got any components for any of this, and as yet, we haven't needed any. You're saying, but didn't you give these lot positions? Yes, I did, temporary. You have a look in the renderer. What I've done currently is I've done on-the-fly smash and grabs. There you go. The component, that component dies there. It's scoped. It gets rendered, destroyed. Same thing here. This component gets created there, gets rendered, and is destroyed. On the fly components. This is part of ECS that people don't realize. You don't have to, how can you put it? If you're using an ECS system, you don't have to rigidly create entities for everything that there is. Look, it works. There you go. Look, we've got doors. We've got the letter B. It's not solid. But as soon as I interact with that there, it has to become an entity for me to be able to interact with it. Because that is just an empty data. And you can tell it's empty data. There isn't any data at all. It's just a model. There's no data there at all. Same with the doors. No data. No data. For a lot of these things, like the doors, I don't need any data. The stairs going down, I don't need any data. I just need to know that it exists. Like that. Door. But it's not going to be a solid object, so it just needs to exist. That's not a solid object, just needs to exist. Anything that becomes solid on interaction needs to exist. So you've got to draw your line somewhere. You can't have 1,000,001 entities. Every blade of grass in your world is not an entity, so that you can move it and wave it in the wind. It's an illusion. Everything's an illusion. And that's why I've done these if statements like this. So it creates an illusion on screen, a picture. None of this is entity. You can't interact with anything that's done this way. Because there's nothing there's no data to interact with. This data gets destroyed. It's created and destroyed on the fly. And that's what you call on-the-fly data. It's never kept. It's quite interesting, though, that you can actually do it that way. And I can show you that I can move things with on-the-fly data. That's very interesting and how can you put it? It's an idea that I think has been forgotten. Let's put it that way. In the AAA games industry, I think it's an idea that's been forgotten. That they're all on these entity systems, entity component systems. They're on these massive systems that can do massive things with lots of animations and stuff. And yeah, that's a lot of memory they're churning over, data-wise. And to do it at speed, they are now relying on the processors. And of course, the graphics cards. Oh, you need a 1080 Ti to run this program at 60 FPS. Why? You don't. If you do the illusion properly, you don't. They've forgotten. It's as if people have, the programmers of today have forgotten or haven't been taught the basics, the basic construct that there is no 3D. And you've got to think of it that way. You can't design a 3D program. You can't go in and design it by saying, oh, we've got to do everything in 3D. No, you don't. I've done everything in 2D there. Can't tell, can you? Have you not noticed? I mean, it's evident. Just, for example, you go up to, where was it then? And it's the same all over the place. Like if you now have a look in the, like here, it's 2D. X, X, Y, Y. Why am I using X and Y? I get fed up of doing this one. It's 2D. Look, there's no 3D here. I commonly say to people, oh, I can do 4D maths in my head. Yes, I can, because I do it in 2D. Nothing in here is 3D. And yet, it's delivering wandering monsters on the screen. If that one was wrong, oh God, I haven't, have I? Yeah, I have. The reason that they are Zs, so that I don't confuse this with a two-dimensional effect. Even though it's two-dimensional, I am representing a 3D situation with it. Right, that's better. And that's where I'm up to. Okay, so I think that's... I'm trying to explain something which I think really should be taught in schools. And I don't think it's part of the curriculum anymore. I really don't. I don't think that when you are, if you're a kid at school and you take computer science, or you want to go into computer programming, which in itself shouldn't be a course, because computer programming is not a profession, it's not a job. It's there's no such thing. It doesn't exist. Computer programmers don't actually exist. It's just an easy terminology, a bit of slang terminology, if you like, that has been picked up and used as something with meaning, which it hasn't got any meaning at all. It's slang for a person who programs a computer. That's all it is. That's what it means. There's no profession, there's no job. There's nothing like that. It's not like saying, oh, I'm a lawyer. If you say that you're a computer programmer, you're actually saying, I'm nothing. That's why I keep telling people, I'm not a computer programmer. I'm a systems analyst. I analyze systems. So I think the bottom end of this story is, or the underlying fact of the matter, people are coming along and saying, oh, right, I want to learn how to program. Well, sit down with a piece of paper and write programs out in English until you have learnt how to program, is my answer. What language should you choose to program in? Your native language that you speak, read and write. Do not use a computer language to program with. You will never become a programmer using computer languages. Computer languages do not teach you how to program. They are tools. If you learn to use a monkey wrench, do you become a car mechanic? What do you think, Muppet? A monkey wrench is a tool, like a computer language. And this is what is not being taught in schools or education. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people coming out of education and going into jobs which involve programming computers, games, serious software, or whatever, and they're absolutely no good at it. They haven't the first clue on what is really needed to program a computer. And what is needed is a good grasp of programming, which is puzzle solving, which is jigsaws. If you want to be a computer programmer, pick up a jigsaw and do it. That will teach you how to be a computer programmer more than any educational course that I know will. I did crosswords for years learning how to program. Cryptic ones, cryptic crosswords out of the newspaper every day. That's how I learnt to program. I learnt how to solve puzzles, mainly in a cryptic fashion, because that's the way my mind works. I mean, if you're a straightforward type person, you would probably want to train your mind in a different way. So you could do like some straightforward puzzles, Sudokus. Those are probably good. Is that our Seppi? Sorry, I was on a rant. How you doing, mate? I was just on my rant about the schooling system today and how it explicitly avoids teaching programming, which is a big shame. They'll tell you everything about languages and how to construct stupid things in languages, which are completely useless. I've actually never needed one. Oh, that brings me back to that awful subject. What is it in C++ that they have? They have those special like ways of doing things. I did one on Amber Skies as requested by somebody who's watching that channel. I've forgotten what they're called now. Where you have a set structure on a way of doing things. A bit like ECS is a structure of a way of doing things, but I've shown that I've broken even the rules of ECS in here. So I've broken every single rule in the book with this program so far, I think. I've put functions within functions. I've put classes within classes. I've used inheritance without using inheritance. Yeah, I think I've done everything wrong. And yet I've got the simplest program ever that anybody can walk into and go, oh, I know what that does. Mind you, it's pretty easy to work out what they do by the sentences I leave behind. So the game is nearly up and running, Seppi. How's yours doing? I don't know how far you're along with your project. I hope you're doing well with it. This alpha is stupendously good. I've just come to a rolling stop because I'm going to have to do something stupid here. And I know I am. The instructions tell me I am going to have to do something stupid. And I don't want to. So I've got clean code. I mean, it don't get much cleaner than that, does it? Oh, and Seppi, guess what? I finally worked, well, I haven't worked it out. I knew it was going to happen. But I actually finally got around to cleaning up a bit more of the main game loop. So instead of having all of that horrible dungeon level generated stuff here, I finally put it in the dungeon. So everything's now cleaned out properly. And I'm nearly up to this stage here. Nearly. We're getting close. I've even started the physics. So I am rather happy with this, and I'm now stuck because of a while loop. I have to come up with a formula which will drop the correct amount of treasure or reward for the efforts of the player. How can that be done without being complex? Oh, TBB, yeah, you can. Do I use vectors a lot? I used to. I'm using vectors in this, but I'm using it and they are being erased anyway. There's an easy way of doing it, I'll show you. Where have I put it though? I've buried it somewhere. It's in a system. ECS system. Have I put it in this one? No, I haven't. God damn it. Oh, I've got it in the main. How I use vectors is not in the usual way. What I do is I keep them clear, like that. Because what happens is, you're in a while loop, and every time you get to the end of your while loop here, it clears your vectors for you. It hands all the resources back to the system automatically. It's C++. It has to, because it's scoped. The compiler does it for you. You don't need TBB vector. You just have to scope your vectors, that's all. And as you can tell, there's no stars, because you don't need them. The data is on the fly. All data that I use within this game is the only data currently that is static and held properly is where? Is the map. The map systems. And they're held on the heap in arrays. They're not on the stack. So C++ is working for me rather than against me, and I've got no memory management. There is a little bit at the end, and that's just because I'm using game state, which has to be a continuity with game state, and I am using a fixed main camera, which I don't have to. I could implement a variable camera because I have done an update for it here. So I don't really need that one to be static, but I put it static for now because I was thinking maybe I'll introduce camera views. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, don't know. Do you need lock if you are 100% sure that two threads are only reading data? Yes, you do. Answer, very simple. Why do you need lock? Because it stops the operating system below accessing it as well. Not just you. You're not the only person on this machine. There's 50 million other lines of code in action. So if you've got some data that is being transported through a thread, it has to be transported somehow. And on the CPU side and on the memory side, if it's in the heap, then the operating system is involved. And if you don't use a lock, the operating system will allow any program to shift your data over. If it's locked, the operating system has to do it itself. That's what the lock does. Don't be fooled by lock, thinking that it locks the data down for you. No, it's got bugger all to do with that. The lock is there to lock it down in the operating system and say, hey, only you can do this for this part of my code. Only you can transport this data for this part of my code. Don't be fooled by lock and threads. Threads have got stuff all to do with C++. They're an invention of the mind. The only thing that has threads on your computer is your operating system. You can't create them. The operating system can and does. What was that? Let's pop it up. So I'll pop it on screen for you. Here it is. La, 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 la. I have in use, committed cache, blah, blah, page. Oh, it's not showing. Okay. It won't show on there, will it? There you go. 2,650, well, 2,600 threads. And as you can see, it's dropping and picking up threads all of the time. You use lock and it can't drop your thread and swap it to another core. Because remember, it's dropping threads and creating and disbanding handles to balance your CPU load across however many cores you've got. Because one core's getting hotter than the other, maybe. Lock and threads is all about managing that there, which is the operating system. It's got nothing to do with creating one of those things. It's all about managing the one that you are given. So, yes, you do need a lock. No. Is the answer. It tells the operating system. It's an operating system instruction, an OS. When you're doing threading in any language, you are dealing direct to the operating system. Just because you can't see it in the code, because there's layers and layers of stupid code in the way, below your, in libraries, you can't see what's happening. And it's a big, and this is a big goof. It's a big goof up. People say, oh, you should use threads. What's the point? If you want two things to access the same data at the same time, there's an answer to it. Pass that data to those things yourself. Copies of it. You don't need threads. There's enough of them. It's got two. There's only, on this machine, there are 12 threads for the cores. And I've got over 2,000 threads in operation. Which ones are mine? I have no idea. But when I press, will it show it on here? F5. Okay, we'll just go back to here, stuff that running. No, it won't show it there. Okay, close. Output. What's all this? These are all being loaded. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 threads already here. Just at the bottom here that are exited at the end when I hit that button. I've only got 12 threads on the computer to the CPUs. If I start using more threads, is it going to make my program faster? No, it's not. There aren't enough CPU cores. The rest of the cores are needed to keep the bloody operating system working. Yeah, it's a joke. Sorry, it is one of my biggest hates is people saying, oh, why don't you use threads? Because it's pointless. It'll just slow me program down. Because the operating system will have to start swapping them around. Like an idiot fly onto the right core to make sure the other core doesn't overheat. Pointless. So the idea of using threads to speed up a program is false. Because by speeding up your program, you're slowing your operating system down, and the fastest your program can operate at, it's the speed of your operating system. That's your hard cap. You cannot have a program that runs faster than your operating system. Think about that. They don't teach that one in school, do they? What are you going for, pudding? Sorry, I'm not having a go at you. You know me, I rant. So sorry, Seppi, I wasn't having a go at you. I just feel very strongly about it and the way that modern programming has gone. Modern programming has gone in a direction of completely not understanding the basics of how the computer works. And they don't teach it. They'll teach you how to program a computer in a language or whatever, but they won't teach you how it actually works. One of the things you asked yesterday, was I on Rust? Yeah. What I need to do, though, to be able to program in Rust is go through those libraries, because the libraries themselves, there's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with the Rust libraries, and I can't put my finger on it. And I need to look into it a bit more. And I mean, Rust has been around for a few years. They should have sorted it out by now. The only reason why I'll program in C++ and C is because I know that the libraries have been around for 25 years. So I know they're pretty sorted out at this stage to what they do. And some of them even say, no, don't use me. Use a different library or function, because this one's not safe. Very weird idea in a language, that is. But yeah, the languages and threads, well, yeah, Pudding, you can do better than threads, can't you? You can act fast. I bet you can eat your food faster than my computer can unlock, and lock a thread. I bet you can. You're fast. React OS, good. It's good. Any OS. All the operating systems, hats off to them. They've all done well. And I will include Windows on that. But there is a problem that they keep developing these OSs. And as they keep developing them and adding more code to them, they go past a peak. It's like a bell curve, an upside down bell curve, where you go over a peak and then you start sliding down the other side into oblivion. And it's a lot of operating systems are on that slide down. So when you say, what do you think about an operating system? I first of all have to think, would I use it? Yeah, I would. React OS, yeah. That's one of the ones on that I have thought about, just sidelining onto the side machine and have a play with, messing about with. It's why I wanted to have a look at the Mac OS. I didn't realise how underdeveloped the Mac OS was. And that's saying something. It's really good. The Mac OS is the best one I've found so far. It rivals Manjaro. And that is saying something. It knocks the seven hells out of Windows. The speed and accuracy. But hey ho. I also know that Apple aren't that great on the programming side, shall we say, on the development side. They go for quality over quantity, which I approve of. And they are starting to lose that these days, unfortunately, as the markets have diversified and it's no longer about personal computers, PCs. It's now about phones, laptops, jiggery pokery, stuff controlling your home, your car, from you've been able to stand in your kitchen, making a cup of coffee, just saying out loud, "Oh, could you just charge me car up?" And a program will run and your car starts charging. Yeah, that is now a thing. That's modern today. It's not about personal computers. Personal computers will just end up on the games market or in the office as a terminal or a window into something else. You don't really these days need the computer screen and the keyboard or the mouse anymore to work on a computer. You can do it all by voice, which I find interesting. You can also obviously do it with like the 3D headsets, or there's glasses that you can use where you can point with your eyes. The actual cursor is where you look on the screen and you blink to click. Yeah, that is a thing, believe it or not. It was actually developed more, I think it was music industry. It was something that the music industry wanted to mess around with for there were little like MP3 players in the day. Looked like a little diddy box that you see. Walkmans, that was it. Walkmans they were called. Yeah. I'm full of useless information, aren't I? What do I think of React OS? Yes, it's an operating system that I would like to use. There is an operating system that I'm using at the moment, which I'm finding quite interesting. It's from Red Hat. I'm trying to remember Red Hat OS. Let me just chuck it up. Agree. Let's have a look. They do a Linux variant, but that's not what I'm using. Ah. Oh, it's services. Oh, God, I hate that. Sorry, they don't exist. It's just people trying to make money out of doing very little. I can't see a way through to servers. That's interesting. I'll look under Linux then. Android, no. Web, no. No, Red Hat is not the same as Linux. You have to pay for it for starters. It's not Fedora. And it's not RHE either. Linux 7. They do like a distribution of server grade software. I can't find it on it. It's great, isn't it? You go to the people who gave you the damn thing, and you know it's just not here. APIs. Oh, for God's sake! Agile integration. Ugh. I mean, yeah. Look at that. No. No. Nowhere on here. Is it fuse? No. My God, they don't even advertise it. Oh my God. I mean, look how much different stuff they do. It's not management. Could be OpenShift. It's similar to. I think it went on to be OpenShift actually. JBoss. Oh, that's Java-based JBoss. Yeah, I should have known. It's like that. So no, they don't admit to having it anymore. Wow. So I'm not going to advertise it. Simple, really. Okay. They don't even claim to have it. And I've got the software running right next to me from Red Hat. Yeah. Well, there you go. It's actually recommended to be used on the machine, which is how I got it, by going to the recommended page at Red Hat and downloading it, installing it. So I know the web page exists because it's still there. Crazy, isn't it? Eh? They're operating systems that people don't even say they have. It's obviously not being developed anymore, which is good for me. But that's even incorrect because it gets updated every week. So I don't know how that works. And it's not an LTS, it's just something they do. That's not a bad idea. But I think it's a community that generates the software that I use. I didn't really look into it. It was recommended, so I shoved it on the server and then just let it run. And it works perfectly. So I've never even looked at it since. Just sat there running. Very happily, 24/7. Right, Seppi, answer me the horrible question. How do I do this? How do I roll the dice until 3 plus is scored, cycle through treasure types, and if the treasure type drops, then I record it within the room? Sounds simple. You'd think that that is the simplest problem to solve in the universe, but it isn't. I can write 100 different programs that will do those 3 lines of English. And that's the problem. Because that's the program. Oh, well, it's one of those I'm going to have to think about overnight, I think. So, anything you're up to, Seppi? What are you using for your operating system? Are you still on Windows? Or have you decided to cut your losses and stop fighting your computer to do things for you? I've actually had to set this computer up from scratch just to run Visual Studio 2019. And I'm not even using the package management system for 2019. You notice I've got, what is it? These here, I've all routed them through the properties pages to a dependencies folder. So I've actually got a dependencies folder on this machine rather than using the internal 2019 stuff, which I'm not sure which is better, but if you have the 2019 package manager do things for you, it has a tendency to update. And having a package manager, you should have a tendency to update. And anybody who knows about libraries and updating libraries knows they break. So I don't update my libraries when I'm doing a piece of software. Have I still got that string in there? Did I need it in the end? Yes, I did. Because C doesn't have strings. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, so in C I wrote my own vector and I didn't need string. That's interesting. I wonder why I need string for C++. It's because it can't add things together unless you use it. Can't concatenate properly, reliably, or at all. So, yeah. Interesting. What's going on around me here, cats? I'm being surrounded by cats. Oh, it's 4 o'clock, right? That's why. So, anything you want help with? Seppi. So look at React OS. I do remember this one. Isn't this a community job? Yeah. Good God, are they up to 0.4? I wonder why they're still not going to 1. That's interesting. It looks as though they're coming across a few problems, though, which I can't understand why they would do. I do find that interesting. Mm-hmm. So what are these links to? EXEs. All right. Oh, well, at least they're doing it in C. I can see why they're having problems. Hmm. That's bad news. Yeah, okay. Interesting way of doing it. Oh dear. God, the amount of times I've seen this. Don't go there. Don't go there. Keep your mind in the correct place. Yeah, I use structs like that as well. But not on this project. Meow to you too. I'm being meowed at. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit and ponder this over my tea. What shall I have for tea? Okay. It's not a problem with you. It's not a problem with you. And I'm not sure. I'm thinking of going in there and doing it using that monster manual. I mean, the problem isn't using the monster manual. The problem is how to use the monster manual effectively. Okay. So let's see what we got here. We are on treasure, aren't we? So that is beginnings of a treasure. And this is a big word here, drop system. I mean, it's one of the biggest, it's possibly the biggest one to get right for a game. And that's why I'm not just splattering stuff in on those 3 lines of English. Thank you. Yeah, we're good. Looking good. I know what I'm going to do. Yeah. I know what I'm going to do tonight now. I'm going to list out all the different types of treasure I can think of in the whole universe and decide what I'm going to do about it all. And I might also feed the cats. What do you think about that, Puds? Right, I'm going to get myself off. I think I've ranted enough today, and I sat around looking at those 3 sentences for long enough, and I still haven't come up with a solution that's any decent, so stuff it. I'll turn my brain off, and I'll come back to it afresh tomorrow. Could be interesting. And I hope Seppi will come along and spark me off on... Well, actually, I think you caught me within a rant rather than anything else. I was in rant mode. Oh, well, never mind. I'll stick it up on YouTube. Everybody can laugh at me from there. And if I'm not right, I'm not right, by the way, with any of what I've said today. I don't mind if I'm wrong. You can tell me that I'm wrong. In the meantime, I'm going to slide you over. I'm going to pop you up. Say, thanks very much for popping by. It's been a pleasure, as always, doing... Well, we've done quite a lot today. We've done fixtures, monsters, and we're on to treasure. So tomorrow is going to be my little treasure. Hey, Muppet? Hey, who's my treasure? Let's see what happens tomorrow. Take care and, well, have fun. How do you switch this off? Ah, yeah, there you go.